Heya, this is Pokeball 35, and I am here with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As of this recording and stream, this just came out 4 hours ago. For anyone who has no idea what the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is, it is a full remake of the game The Stanley Parable, which that game was a remake of The Stanley Parable, which was a Half-Life mod. It is about Stanley, and that's the story. So Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, this adds like twice the amount of content that was in the original game. Getting most of the endings that from my original playthrough and that I played this game in like 2016, it only took me about like 2 to 2.5 hours to do almost everything. So now there's even more. If I don't finish everything I want to do with this today, I'll do more of it tomorrow, and then this will be a whole long play thing. This is all being streamed live at twitch.tv/Pokeball35. Link in the description, as always. Best way to put this is if Toby Fox went all out with the meta humor and Undertale and Deltarune. I'm wearing my Sand shirt today in commemoration. So, as a... Yeah, hold on. Yeah. Follow me on Twitch. Link in the description. This will all be streamed live there. If you have not subbed to the YouTube channel already, please do so. Because you get to see all the other stuff that I put out. Most stuff is streamed and then put up on YouTube after the fact, so if you want to get the live experience, follow me on Twitch. If you want to sub to YouTube, do that as well. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually quit the game. When I first booted up the game, it asked me for the time, so I put the time in. And there's a lot of weird achievements in this game, where one of the achievements is turn the game off and turn it back on. So I went to do that, and then I put in the time again. When putting in the correct time a second time, the game told me, wow, I can't believe you put the time in correctly twice. Next time you boot up the game, put in your favorite time, you've earned it. So then I booted up the game again as I went live at 4. And I put in the correct time as 4 p.m., and the game was like, is 4 p.m. the correct time? Or is, like, your favorite time? And I put in, that it's my favorite time because it's when I go live, and also that it's the correct time. And then the game said that they added more sliders to the settings. So here's all the settings and stuff. But more settings will be added if I quit the game and reopen it again. So I'm going to quit the game and reopen it again. When I just booted up the game, it fucked up the resolution, so I think it's gonna fuck up the resolution again. It sure did. So, I don't know why it doesn't save my resolution. That's really annoying. So, I'll fix it. So, please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. This is what I put in originally, so, like, right here. Please adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. Got him. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Which of the two made-up words below is the most appealing to you? Scrumptious. Please don't adjust the slider. Do you know what the time is right now? Yes, it's 4:11. Is the time that is right now the correct time? Yes. Yeah. I should also say, if you own the original Stanley Parable and you buy this game on Steam, because it's not DLC, it's a new game. If you buy this game on Steam, it is, I think, 25% off, or 33% off? Oh, 33, if you already own the original. What is time anyway? Yes. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Help. No. Will you come back to visit me? Yes. Well, now I have to turn the game off and turn it back on again. We haven't even started playing the game yet. The game is still closing. Open. I don't know why closing the game and reopening it fucks with my resolution, so you're gonna have to deal with the terrible resolution until I can fix the resolution, because it's not where it should be. What time is it? I don't have an option. Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game's settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data that I can and I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I've really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. I'm not really in my job description. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again if you can find me. Talk soon. Alright, well, I have to do it one more time. Yeah, I obviously have to do it one more time. Every time I close the game and reopen it, the window gets smaller and smaller. And now I can't even find the game. You see the capture, but the game is not on my screen. Okay. Well, now the game is just fucked. I just opened the game twice somehow. I don't know if there's anything on the screen that I just missed. Why does it do this? Okay, wait. Okay, no, the game just boots up now. But now the game is so tiny, why does it do this? I don't know what I had the resolution at before, but it was something like that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And then I put it, like, right here on my screen. Perfect. Okay, so, the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Because this is a brand new game, and not a DLC to the original, I do have to do a lot of stuff I did in the original game over again. Also, this should be scooted over a bit. But that's fine. I looked up, like, a partial review that came up earlier today. And the new content in the game doesn't show up until after you do some of the original stuff, which is actually a good idea for anyone who's never played Stanley Parable before or wants to revisit some of it. You have to play some of the original content to get to the new content, so... Hello, Dami. Welcome to the stream.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company.
Let me know how loud this is.
Where he was employee number 4.
Because for me, it's actually really loud.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
This is actually, like, really loud for me.
Others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Now I know.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
And now I'm playing the game. So, can someone please tell me volume? Is volume good? Because again, for me, it's very loud. If I turn... Good. Let me go to my volume manager and I'm gonna lower the game on my end. And hopefully it doesn't affect the volume on your end. Writing on the wall under the computer. Something. So here we are. 427.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So there's a lot of different things you can do in this game. The main thing is that there's a narrator. And the narrator tells you where to go. There is one defined ending, and then like 100 others, if you do not follow the narrator's instructions. What we will be doing is following the narrator's instructions, so you can see the ending, and then we will go from there. This feels so good to be playing the Stanley Parable again, though.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I fucking love this game.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Also, there's no jump in this game. I believe if I just spam the spacebar. I got an achievement. I got 2 achievements. It's not showing on screen. My achievement, get my first achievement, and the achievement, you can't jump. What is hot? Once you read all these things on your own. Fuck it.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
Man, 0 out of 10 game, this cord clips through the thing here.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say,
"Oh my, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite."
I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
I love this game.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
Yeah, Pick, but it's the broom closet ending.
When you've done that, just
it's my favorite.
Into the hallway.
Broom closet ending's my favorite. If I had to say, if I do have to say, the fact that they got away with doing FA in the game. I found out recently that in Banjo-Kazooie, when you talk to Gruntilda about the facts that you need for Gruntilda for the game show at the end, everything in there is randomized, so a lot of stuff in my playthrough was there that a lot of other people didn't see. So I'm watching other people play Banjo-Kazooie, and one of them that is there is that Gruntilda's favorite party trick is doing a scary striptease. And that is an actual line of dialogue in Banjo-Kazooie.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than coming to a staircase. Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845.
Right, so...
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Eight.
I got an achievement.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Ah, fuck.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
It's a lot darker than the original. Like, this whole area. Also, Pikmin, I remember most things about the original games. I'm good. You don't have to worry about that. But there's an in-joke with this game with 8s. So if you just type 8...
Descending deeper
There's
into
an
the
achievement.
building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Wait, 4, 2, 7. Right there. Also, whenever you click the mouse, it does this.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
I don't even have to do most commentary for this game.
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Power system off.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
They made this look so much better.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
So that is known as the freedom ending, or the true ending. It does give you an achievement. I just got one. But now there is everything else. Namely,
but Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
that's an ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
There is this. Door number 430.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
I miscounted.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417. It is right over yonder.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Here we go.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415.
Now, back to door number 437.
I don't think there's a run button in this game.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
I wish there was a run button. Fuck.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
There's also a thing that will happen in certain areas of the game where this says awaiting input. You have to do specific endings to get that, I believe. I don't remember. Oh, wait, 416. It said.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
We're almost there.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
I'm gonna say fuck it and do this one. If it lets me. There's a way you can climb up on this area. There we go.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Nah, I'm good.
Ah, then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
So now we're gonna go back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Nope.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary.
I do have
into
to
the
listen to
nature
this
of
again.
Video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like, right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is...
So this goes on for a very long time. But that is also another one you can do.
Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
I love it when the game will just randomly sprinkle in new dialogue for no reason. That's definitely new. Where the fuck is that guy going? That's the first person you ever see in this game. Like, not even in the original game do you ever see anybody ever. That's new. I'm gonna try and go for one of my favorite endings in the game.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his
We're gonna
left.
go right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here,
Drinking it all in. There's a paper on the ground. That does seem like handwriting, but it is way too blurry.
Yes, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Yeah, they're pretty. Reminds me of a doctor's office, but in a good way, not a bad way.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
We can see all the I Hate Mondays ones. Number 1 dad.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long
Who
time
farted? There's a
passed
who
and there
farted
was no
mug.
more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Wait, there's red text on that one. What does that say? I can't see what that says from here. I'm not allowed to be over there. Coffee nut. Nut! Hello, Lorenzo. Welcome to the stream.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Nah.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I'm gonna go for some other endings, but then I'm gonna go to one of my favorites from the original.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your
Wrong
enemy,
foot?
really
Okay.
not. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Good. Alright, let's do that one again.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
I think that's new. I don't remember ever hearing that before. This is non-scary backroom game. You know what? That's kind of a good way to describe the Stanley Parable. Non-scary backrooms game.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, we're going back through here.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong...
This is Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
I'm not your enemy.
It's definitely gonna have something.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, and this is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Can't I just do this? I don't remember if you can.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
It's
Excellent.
4:50 actually.
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making
What if
process.
it was 4:30 though? What if it was 20
Most
minutes
medical
ago?
professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
They put guardrails up. I don't remember them doing that.
Now that
They
we
probably
know your
did.
choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Okay, but what if I, like, got up on these boxes? Got up on this chair? They let me get up on the other chair by crouching. No.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
I wish they did add a run button.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing response.
Is there a run button? I like that there's a jump button. But you cannot jump.
Responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late. Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. With you who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh.
I'm 22.
If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I forget if I should go right again. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna go left. But what if I leave? I don't think it lets me leave. 413, dude. It doesn't let me go back.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
We're
Feeling a wave
gonna...
of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
Up?
Hoping he might
Yeah.
find a coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
During this ending, they disabled the fact that I can go down. I cannot go down. Usually you're able to go down. The shine on that door makes it look like there's something clipping through it, but there's not.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code. Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall. I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
This game does not have voice recognition, and I cannot say Nightshark 115 to open the door. I really wish they did that.
Fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you.
This ending is not new. This is the original. But, I didn't mean to come get this one right now.
We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
It's a very sad and depressing one. I didn't mean to come get this one. I was just going along with things, but,
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There's a fuck ton of boxes here. There's not supposed to be a fuck ton of boxes here. Why are there so many boxes? Oh, it's the fucking cardboard boxes, because I opened up I picked up the phone. And they were gonna bring a bunch of cardboard boxes to the office. That's a good one. So we have the new content door. We can go see the new content. what I'm gonna go do is go get one of my favorite endings from the original. Then we can go through the new content door.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace, its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper, something darker.
Gaster?
Yes, really worth it being here in the room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Is there a save button? There's no save button.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you... Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Alright, well, I forget which direction the ending I'm going for is in. So...
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
So, I would like to say that this leaderboard is never accurate. It is all fake. I wish this was a real leaderboard, but they made a fake leaderboard for this game. It was like this in the original. This is true. We'll see that in a moment.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
You know, I've played a lot of Splatoon 2 in my time. And, I've gotten to the point where I'm sick of leaderboards. I do not care about leaderboards anymore. I am tired of trying to be the best, I just want to have fun, so I am neutral.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches
They made the
fire,
baby so
fail.
HD.
It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out.
It
I'm
is
out.
possible
I'm
to
done.
beat this. You have to
It's
sit here
over.
for 4 hours and
Thank
do
you
it.
for
People
playing.
have done it
Your
before.
input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see.
They made the noise so obnoxious that I don't want to do it. But,
Yes, this seems like it'll work.
I'm
Let's give it
curious
a
how
shot.
if they updated this at all, so... They did! They did update it! Holy shit!
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
It still plays the same sound effect! So, this ending is supposed to be... Here, I'm gonna pause. This ending is supposed to be the game gets shut down and the narrator teleports you to other video games. Originally, this is supposed to teleport you to Minecraft. And because this game came out in 2013, so it teleports you to like a really, really, really old version of Minecraft. And there's a whole ending based around that. I forget the name of this game, though. I've seen this game. I just don't know the name of it off the top of my head. Like, I can picture the logo and, like, kind of what the title is supposed to be, but I forget the name of the game. I haven't played this game before. Oh, but that's so cool. That's so funny that they decided to update this. That's so amazing. But when the door opened, it still played the Minecraft door opening sound effect. So, like, I don't know if that's meant to be like that or not. So again, I don't know anything about Firewatch, but I was like, oh my god. Also, no, cannot jump. I cannot press the spacebar.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Is this gonna be the same? We're fucking Rocket League!
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Yeah, what's supposed to happen is in the original game, it goes from Minecraft to Portal, and then I think Half-Life. I'm so happy they updated this.
So
this isn't even part of the new content area. This is just they updated the area to have modern video games.
Exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
This is amazing. Oh my god, I'm getting faster. I'm getting faster. Yo, I can't jump to hit the ball, but I have played Rocket League before. I've played it on my Switch. I just don't have it installed. Alright, great.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Hold on. I need
Yes. Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have
I can't
more.
fucking score the goal.
Insatiable.
I'm
Balls.
I'm so bad at... Oh my god. Oh, this is so great. I love this. Well, now what?
Are you enjoying this, Stanley?
I am, yeah.
Having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
Can I climb the walls?
That's right.
Oh.
Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
I mean, I guess the only thing I can think of is to jump into the goal hole. So, I guess we're gonna go jump into the goal hole now. And by jump, I mean walk, because I can't jump, but...
Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
So yeah, this part's still the same. But that's really a nice touch that they updated the other sections. So, what happens is that after the Minecraft section, you go into a cave, and then the narrator's like, alright, let's go to a different game, and then it puts you in Portal. And then you solve the first puzzle in Portal, and then you fall down the elevator shaft, and it brings you here. This area is the Stanley Parable. The original Stanley Parable is based on was a mod for the game Half-Life, which I own Half-Life and Half-Life 2 now, and I will eventually play those games. I've owned them for a couple years and still have not installed them to play them. I don't know anything about them, other than the fact that I've seen, like, some things. But the Stanley Parable was originally a mod for Half-Life, and that's what this area is that it's the Half-Life mod, but it's all, like, disgruntled and destroyed. This makes me think, are some of the other endings in the game updated now as well? This is what 427 used to look like, and
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world.
No, I absolutely need to get the baby game ending. No, thank you. I will find that on YouTube.
After it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
The other path? Here, I'm trying to remember an exact path. Because there's one ending I also really want to check out again. Because it's one of my favorite bits in the original game. But I forget how you get there. I want to say it's through the red door. But I don't think it's exactly the red door, and I really just don't remember.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself, and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Do I want to go do that, or do we go down the new content room? I think it's time. It's been an hour. I think it's time to go in the new door. So.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
All of this is 100% blind because this just came out 5 hours ago, so. Bonus stream of the baby game,
and
no.
Thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
You can play this on Switch. I'm just playing this on PC, though.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Nice papers. 5th annual Subordinity meeting. Something.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Content! Content!
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh, shit! Let's go! This is the Ultra Deluxe content I paid the game twice over for. Because I bought the original, and now I've bought it again, and now I can jump. I was hoping something would happen there. And now I can't jump anymore. Alright, cool. Well.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good.
Man, this is seeming like Stanley Parable 1.5, am I right?
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thanks for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What?
It's right there. It is right there. Can confirm. I need to get the game back open. There we go.
Quality assurance department signed off on this. I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley.
Is the narrator about to frickin' ratio crows on Twitter?
There's too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Alright. Thank you for playing Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. That's all the new content.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
Morgus?
I want to show you something.
Please, if they're gonna put things in here, please put Among Us. They totally can. I've never played Among Us.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special, and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
This fucking looks like Skyrim, but with a copy machine. Holy shit.
I call it the memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Really? I can, like, walk outside? It's beautiful.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
It's the Siva Gunner mask. They put the Stanley Parable and tape over it. So I'm going to assume most people who are watching me play this right now have played the original Stanley Parable. There's probably some people who haven't. But there's still, like, another, like, an hour and a half of, like, endings in the original that we just didn't look at just now. It's the Steam page. It's gonna be really weird for people who play this on console and they're gonna be able to see the Steam page. Because there is an ending, Our First Kiss, My First Car, at the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. There is an ending in the original where you, like, fake your own death, and you get to go to a memories room. I don't know who that is. My first instinct was to say Theodore Roosevelt, but I don't think that's Theodore Roosevelt. That's just a person. But there's an ending. It lets you go to, like, it lets you see, like, behind-the-scenes content in the game of, like, here's how the developers made the game, and it's really cool. So, I don't know. I don't know everything, but yes, the baby, yes, whatever, man. The baby, who cares? Oh my god, Mozilla Firefox. I don't know what fucking chat room this is. If this is a chat room, I don't know what is going on here. Linguists identify 15,000-year-old ultra-conserved words. The Washington Post researchers identify 24 words whose sound and meaning have survived the past 15,000 years. This is the demo. Oh, it's the Stanley Parable demo. Smile because it happened. A trip down memory lane. Oh, framed $1 bill. Hey chat, you want to see my $2.50 bill? It's torn in half. $5 bill. I found it at work. It was just in a box in the stock room. Like, it was a freshly opened box that I was unpacking. And there was that. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Actually, it is possible to get this achievement by editing the game files. Go outside, don't play for 5 years. So I gotta show you guys this, right? We're gonna go back to desktop again real quick. So right here. If we go to the Steam for Stanley Parable, I just quickly installed this and then uninstalled it. I did get the achievement. The last time I played this game was 2016, so I did get legitimately the Go Outside achievement, don't play the Stanley Parable for 5 years. However, if you go into the achievements for Ultra Deluxe, there is a new achievement called Super Go Outside, which is don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. I don't think I'm getting that one anytime soon. Just saying. I don't think this was actually in the New York Times. I don't believe that. Oh, it's that ending. So there's an end. That's one of the endings I wanted to go get. Stanley goes crazy. And it's very weird.
can't sit in this bench.
Just
It's a fucking piano!
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created.
Stanley Parable
That's
script.
how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a
Finally, I've played Persona.
a lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
I've finally done it. I've played Persona. Okay, so this one right here, where you see all the lines everywhere, that's what I wanted to go look at again. But it'll be fine. Here's the original Stanley Parable title screen. The doors. Set. Top 10 memories from the Stanley Parable 2013. Blurred picture of Stanley. Got some, game stuff, game dev things. Oh, there's a statue of Stanley, and it's the woman. Memory zone maintenance. We can't go to the maintenance room. Hey, it's the smile button. Globe. I remember that. I do remember it. There's the collector's edition. Nice.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
I can't get into the serious room.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a
There's a
densely
positive
layered
review right
web
here.
of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Huh. If you told me this is where the game was going to go when I installed it, I wouldn't have believed you. But also I would have at the same time.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure, like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes.
This person is 10 hours in the game, though.
Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Can I? No. Nice detail for them to put a ladder and a plank of wood back here. Huh.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices.
Oh, that it loops. Okay.
And oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been...
The way I like to play this game... and, you know, other games like Undertale and Deltarune, is that I like to see every possible dialogue option, because that's part of the game. People who don't like the dialogue just shouldn't play the game in general, because it's not for them. Like, the whole point of the Stanley Parable is that you make all the weird choices and the narrator scolds you for them, and you get bits of dialogue that are different every single time, and it's always fun to just, like, see what's new, because sometimes you'll reset the game, and it looks like it's the same game, but you're actually in a different room than when you started, and it's cool like that.
The smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had
I can't wait
such
for
an
someone to
experience.
actually comment this
It
as a
leaves me
Steam review.
hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review
I wonder if you
I've
can't
always
make progress
dreamed of
without skipping the skip or hitting the skip button.
Well, I have to read it again. It's
Oh.
simply too wonderful.
Okay, well,
I have to experience this just one more time.
okay.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait. How do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other
Can I,
than
like,
skip
pick up the
button.
ladder?
There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the
Can
room.
it skip me ahead 10 years
Stanley,
so I can get the
door is
achievement?
gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe. I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem?
Always stay true to yourself. Don't let that negative feedback get you. Here's a story for you. A couple weeks ago, I got a DM on Twitter from an account that was just made, that had 0 followers and was following 0 people. They told me that my content was really bad, so that I blocked them. And then they made like 4 alternate accounts to come DM me and say that my content was bad. All I gotta say is thank you for watching the video. You have to watch the video to know that my content's bad. In your personal opinion, you're giving me a view.
Why did Cookie 9's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie 9. I have no idea who
They have
they
4
are.
alternative
It
accounts.
doesn't really matter, but here I am. I'm fixated.
Also, this is a real story. I'm not like trolling you or anything. I haven't gotten any new DMs from anyone else in a while, but I can go to how do I check my blocked accounts? I don't even know how you do that. I don't even know. Wait, mute and blocked accounts. Yes, so here we go. Actually, wait. No, it looks like they deleted some of the accounts. I blocked every single one of them, and now there's only one of those accounts left. All the other accounts that I've blocked is Dream, and NFT accounts.
On every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me, the merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer.
Right now.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
I don't want to. I could very easily just do this. But it's that Undertale complex of, you just have to see what happens next until you end up, destroying everything. And then you regret all your decisions, and then you sell your soul to the devil, and then you can never have a fulfilling life ever again.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant,
the clock stopped.
I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have.
You're legit falling asleep right now, dear God. This whole thing is meta commentary on the fact that you shouldn't listen to what other people think about you negatively, and you should focus on yourself. I do say this is not what I expected when I paid $16 for a new game that is the same game as the game that I already owned. Now with new jumping content. I like hearing the narrator. I do like the narrator. I can admit this is not the most entertaining stream content, especially because I am going to, after this stream, watch other people play this game and go through this exact thing, and I'm going to have to hear everything all over again. I get what they're going for, though. I definitely understand what they're trying to do, and I can push the skip button. I absolutely can. That's the reason why it's there.
Have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state For you, the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Well, hold on. We're about to press the skip button again. Huh. Well, the button no longer works, and he is no longer here. I'm surprised I'm still hearing engines and stuff. Like, the facility is still working somewhere. That's not loud and obnoxious. Clock is falling off the wall. That's not loud and obnoxious at all. Well, it's presumably been at least 20 years now. If I could guess. Because it's only been getting longer. Originally it was a year, and then it was like...
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a...
I think something that they're trying to go for is literally to bore you to death. I'm not exactly bored, because I like this kind of stuff. However,
crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no...
I can't wait to watch Game Theory play this game. And Markiplier. And all the other people I used to watch play this game.
reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes!
Alright,
it seems
guys,
that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a...
Well, I no longer hear anything. If this is someone's first introduction to the Stanley Parable, I think watching this stream and the video once it goes up is probably not the best introduction, other than like the first hour where we saw the stuff from the original game.
The end is never the end, 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 is
I am still enjoying myself, though. I do want to say that. I am still enjoying myself here. There's like little berries and stuff. Here's where the Deluxe becomes Ultra. Never mind. I think we skipped ahead another too many years. I'd like to know how Stanley is still alive. And if the narrator is dead. My assumption is that he's dead. If he comes back, I'd be surprised. Oh shit. Oh shit. Here we go. It only took us a handful of years. And by a handful, of probably like 1,000 years in this chamber. See, now the game's getting good. We're in this for the long haul. I'm not stopping. Don't you dare put me in the office. Huh.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Now, I don't know what to do now. I was expecting that to keep going. Nice neon sign.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
The end is never the end is never the end.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh shit! Alright, here we go.
Superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
It's time. New and tasty. Taste the sequel. Sip.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
The two doors, they're back. New content is out. New content, part 2 is in. Boring sections of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. So I'm really hoping that whole skip button sequence didn't deter a lot of people away from the stream. Because it most likely did.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Crab! The ultimate sequel. The Stanley Parable is gone. Crab rave. Can I go in here? There's a tour bus. I was genuinely originally thinking that the whole skip button sequence was the whole new content, actually. Like, they got me with that one. Because I was going to say, after that section, if there was nothing new, that I would be like, this is not worth the money. It is now starting to become worth the money.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game is this way. Your name in the game. Exclusive, the button that says the name of the player that's playing in the game. I got it through the left door, obviously.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
So you gotta say Chandler, or?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person.
Man, anyone named Jim right now who's playing this game is popping the fuck off.
Named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I think so.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
No, the Jim button. Can't go anywhere else in here. Can I press these other buttons now? Nope. Okay, they are real fake buttons. I enjoyed the Jim button. Enjoy the
I suppose I could allow
new
only
features.
people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would
Epilogue.
actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
So, I did see on the... the baby's all grown up! That's awesome. That's awesome, I love it. I saw on Twitter that they put this in some places. They said to avoid spoilers, there's a bunch of places in the game that says please no screenshots, so people won't share screenshots on Twitter. Red is the new orange. The new update ray traced more of the same, but in a good way. Now the whole game's a meta commentary on sequels now. You have a gift shop? I saw the new content. Okay, there's a QR code. The QR code takes you to the StanleyParable2.com. Okay. The StanleyParable2.com. It says it cannot be reached, even though I'm on the website on my phone. Oh, it's not the Stanley Parable, it's just StanleyParable2.com, not the. There we go. So what's here? Welcome to the official website of the Stanley Parable 2, a sequel, huh? Watch our helpful and informative video to learn more about the Stanley Parable and what the journey of becoming a sequel is all about. This is a 10-minute video! That's new. If you're more of a prequel sort of person, check out the Stanley Parable. Takes you to the Stanley Parable website. Taste the sequel button at the top of the screen. Doesn't do anything. Now in Expo Hall 2 button doesn't do anything. Learn more button brings you to the Stanley Parable website.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel?
Can you hear this, by the way? I just want to make sure chat can hear this.
That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that Lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society, and if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention, and in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things, like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory Apex, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts, and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning
what riveting
those concepts into
content
reality.
this is.
For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fee.
Hold on. What did you just say?
Did the original Stanley
Hold on.
Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second,
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game, and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the time wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense, but we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2. Creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay, and so for the sequel, its developers have gone to greater lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets
We're almost done.
For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick. Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film.
I don't know about that one.
Proposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to The Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubblegum and cheated hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of The Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together, in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all. Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy The Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
In memory of Billy, who lived 3 years.
Vampires win. Buy The Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
He lived 3 years. Let's go to the YouTube page. This is it's an unlisted video. Currently only 2,000 people have seen this. Wow. Well, there you have it. Stanley Parable 2. Let's go back to playing the Stanley Parable 2, shall we? Get everything back on my screen. Okay. All that from a QR code, huh? Where am I going? Stanley Parable 2, Reassurance Bucket. Let's go check out the Reassurance Bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
I had to put that video at 2 times speed because it was 10 minutes.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Thank you.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I just have this bucket now. I'm good to go. Alright, so I'm curious about, this area. The office decorations an infinite hole.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Happy 12th birthday, step-niece. I like Get Well Someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Alright. Guess we're going with that one.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
That's the other end. I don't know where to go. Free, new, plus easy achievement. It can't be that simple. Free achievement. Get yours right now. Pull the lever to receive your achievement. No more steps. It just works. Get yours right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Alright, gamers. Sadly, I cannot pull this lever. The lever will not pull. I would have liked the achievement. Can't see anything over there because it's dark. We still have this bucket, by the way.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Collectibles. Can you find them? Collect them all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy
Just
of
like
what
Kirby
you
and the
do.
Forgotten
You
Land.
simply collect all
Except
of
it
them,
was
and then
for
you move
100%
the hell
completion.
on
What
with
the
your
fuck am I
unreal
looking at?
life.
Good. 1 of 6.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Wait, we can go back to the jump circle? Hold on. There's a bunch of shit here. We gotta go back to the jump circle. Oh wait, this is the way the exit. I don't know if we should exit. Jump circle's this way. How do we... I want to get back to the jump circle. Jump circle! Let's go!
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
That's, cool. There's this door that does not open. You've gone through there and the gym room. You heard gym in the game. The button that says gym. That's gym. I think we're good on all of this. I'd like to go... There is an exit area over there, but we need to see what's to the right over here. It says... Infinite Hole. I guess that would be this way. I thought that would be down there, but no. We're that here. Time. Yeah, seems like it would be the area where the infinite hole is.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Press G to return to the surface.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why, is this hole not actually infinite, Mr. Narrator? I've got the bucket. I'm good.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley.
New mug.
I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What
Lots of
normal
cigarettes
person
down here.
actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
I don't
Why
talk.
don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the
It was
hole.
G. I'm pressing G.
I'll just be up here when you're great.
There
Now,
you go.
I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about. And gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Let me guess, it's not a hole anymore? Oh.
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
Well, I don't want to click the restart button. I'm hearing something. Oh shit. Down I go, I suppose. Press F to change your perspective. I put the bucket down. Wow. I don't want to press G, because G used to be the teleport button, but... Hey, yo? Ooh. Let's go. And the whole disco here. Just press H to change reality. Here we go, blue. I love this. What happens if I press G again, though? Not like this one very much. The first one was a lot better. Ah, yes. Friday Night Funkin'.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. You're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. You're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. You're no longer using up the
Stanley?
space of mine.
Stanley! Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things,
I kind of want to get out
you
now.
and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
But that other reality where the skip button. Are we going back down? I want to press G to get out of here. Wait, what's happening? Don't put me in the office, I swear to God, if you put me in the office. Okay.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
We're good. I would like to check that hole out again for the other things that I missed in there, but not at this particular moment in time. I think we've seen all we need to see. And we could leave now.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Someone left their purse here. Briefcase, purse.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know.
Hold on. Hold on. Just got a Twitter notification. So on the Crows Twitter account, which is the name of the developer for this game is Crows. If we go to the Twitter account real quick, they had tweeted out when this launched. Now shall we begin again? The Stanley Parable grows brightly from your hope. How long has it been? And then I just got a notification from Toby Fox saying lol. It's directly a parallel to when Gaster would take over the Undertale Twitter account for when Deltarune released twice. That is very funny. Anyway. Back to the game again.
It's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single...
I went to the jump circle. It wouldn't let you jump.
...coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than
That's what
anything
this whole
to create
game
a
is,
sequel
though.
that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up.
Is it similar to the...
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
The Stanley Parable 2. I actually really like this. This is cool. This is just the title screen now. I'm genuinely curious what would happen if I close the game and reopen it now, though. But I'm not gonna.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Was he really?
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change.
It just looks like the
Stanley.
titles,
Something he would never
the logo
quite
to
forget.
Metal Gear Solid
He
2.
had been at his desk for nearly an hour.
Or Metal
when he
Gear- one of the
realized
Metal
that
Gear
not
games.
One single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to
fucking
give him
balloons.
instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The bucket! Hello, reassurance bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Thank you, reassurance bucket. I missed you. Well, the new content room is gone. So...
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
that is on the left. Which is that way from your perspective. I
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Alright. Does it let me open the broom closet? It does.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined.
Well, even trying to put the
And
bucket
wait,
down, I
now
can't.
the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
Property of Stanley.
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if
Why did he
you're ever
say it like
unsure
that?
whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, "Ah, it's a bucket." There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Bucket is starting to sound like one of those words where you say it for so long it doesn't sound like a word anymore.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest,
It always
I'm
has.
sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I wonder what would happen if I didn't pick up the bucket. I'm gonna play the whole game over again. They let me go downstairs
Coming to
too?
a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Alright, well, I think we're gonna just go with the story.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Thank you, Bucket. I appreciate it.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
The bucket does not talk. It does not think. It is a bucket.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
It's like they redid the entire script for the game for the one bit about the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
The system is down. The system is down. The system is down.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
System. System.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
We're not allowed to leave if we have the bucket. Welcome back, everybody, to the employee desk number 427.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
I like this balloon that's like semi-clipping through the ceiling. So I'm curious about something.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
What if we take the bucket, and then we go over here?
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket?
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
I don't even know what to say.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed the memo.
I don't know if I want to take the bucket or not. We're gonna...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
If anything, we'll go get a regular ending.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase,
we're gonna go down.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't find that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
The Ultra Deluxe 2 content is too real.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all,
He knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress.
I don't think that's supposed to happen.
The fresh air of a world outside this one.
The resolution's
Let
fucking
me
it
wake
up.
He thought to himself.
I can still keep walking, and
I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job.
what's supposed to happen is
Let
that
me
the screen's
continue
supposed to be
pushing the
fully black,
buttons.
but the texture
Please.
isn't.
It's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel
It feels
better.
weird not to talk for
But
so
then she
long.
remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
So now I'm curious, after we've gotten a regular ending... It's still here.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
So now I gotta find out.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I don't know how much of their more is new, because I don't think the new content room is coming back. Why wouldn't they just tell us something would happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. Maybe we are the collectibles. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambiances or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional mic, a microphone which picks up sound from particular areas. Analysis of the recordings allow me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that, in all likelihood, it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be reverberance off a Porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this? And says, wouldn't you like to know? There will be a reward for finding all of them. Oh shit, it's telling me where all the ones are. A large room, lots of boxes, somewhere red and blue, nearby a fireplace, a private but smelly place for an important person. I know where the red and blue thing is. A large room, lots of boxes. A lot of the stuff I don't remember. Well, we can just keep moving along.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
You say anything else? No. Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
There's so many
Come to me,
buckets.
Stanley, find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
If only.
Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she
My life does
all
too.
the way to work.
I don't really have a bucket on me. But I can't agree that it does.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
There's so much going on now.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
They put so much work into
Stanley
this.
thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly
That
was.
intro
How
of the
insightful
stuff
bucket
with
turned
the
out
with
to
the
be.
skip button was kind of like weird. But now it's like, oh my god, what have they done?
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
And now I have to find out what happens when I die with the bucket.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
They've now completely redone
All of his co-workers were
the
gone.
entire game.
What could
All
it
of the,
mean?
every single
Stanley
bit of
decided to go to
dialogue
the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket
has
and
been
smiled.
completely
He'd
redone
never
with this
be
bucket.
alone again. Not truly alone. Not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful...
This
the
narrator
bucket
guy, I
turned
forget,
out to
I don't
be.
remember the name of the actor, but I have heard the name before. I just don't remember it. Freaking amazing voice actor.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home. Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
I haven't paused during this yet. It's all red. I'm not stopping. I'm just saying that I'm going to play the game for a little bit longer. A lot of the Stanley Parable is stuff you will not be able to see in one sitting. Maybe I can find the figures if I know where to go. Which will not give me a reward, because there is no reward, probably. But I'm probably not, like, as much, the way I like to do my content and my videos and my streams is that I like to showcase as much as possible, because I always like to 100% most games that I stream, so that I get the most out of it, but there is so much in the Stanley Parable, and now with this Ultra Deluxe, there is just, like, the new content room happened, and now we're here, all of this time later. I don't want this to be, like, an outrageously long video, but I wanted to showcase most of what is in this, and I will probably, most likely, since I paid for this, do a lot more of this stuff, on my own, and not make another video on this. I do recommend that you play the game for yourself, to see everything, or you can go watch other people with their other experiences. I'm gonna keep going.
Finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Now I
said
need
the
to do the
bucket.
baby game twice. Didn't you... You know, we're
No,
going
right.
back there, because they showed in the Stanley Parable 2 room that the baby's grown
Lift
up,
all
and I
the
gotta
way
go
to the
see
top.
that.
There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
This...
Now then,
Is
I'm
this
going
a
to run
bucket?
you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
But that's still a bucket, though! They work the same. Alright, let me guess. I'm gonna click X.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
I'm gonna click X, and it's gonna say that's a bucket, right?
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
That is a tractor.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
You sure about that one?
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Oh.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions
Man, Homestuck fans are fucking going at it with this whole bucket thing.
with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to be.
It wouldn't let me click it.
I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
Not letting me.
I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game.
No, don't do that. It's my
Okay.
comfort bucket.
Here we go.
My comfort bucket!
What happened? Is everything gone?
Yeah, because everything's a
Why
bucket.
did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news.
I can walk.
We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Okay, Firewatch, or... No, we're...
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
So we're not gonna take the bucket. What we gotta do...
When Stanley came to a set
we gotta go
of two
all
open
the way
doors,
over
this was
here.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too...
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Not doing that.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not
How the fuck do I get that?
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story
What do you
has
mean
been
there's a
about nothing
figurine
but
over there?
you all this time. There's someone you've been... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that
There's
I
like
want
an
something
area
bad
down
to
there.
happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
I guess that's what I meant by room full of
Let me
boxes.
prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
But we want to go back to the red and blue.
Now listen carefully, this is important.
Yep.
Stanley walked through the red door.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
We'll go through red so I can show you guys
Oh,
red.
thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
It's a very pretty room. I always liked this room.
No, wait.
Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
I'm waiting for the gym button, though.
No. What did we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die. What about this isn't getting through to you? Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley. No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving. Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this. No. No, no, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to... You actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
Serenity.
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I still thought that was possible.
This is probably one of my least favorite endings in the game. I do like the room. But not a huge fan of, dying. It is now a very sensitive topic in my life. But for the sake of showing it off, this is the thing that happens in this particular ending of the game. It's crazy how if you go through the blue door, you go to frickin' Rocket League.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Hey, welcome back to 427, everybody. Okay, so we're gonna grab our bucket.
Bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I think there actually is an ending if you go this way. I just remembered it just now. But I also had an idea of what me wanting to go this way.
Took the door on his left to go back, and so the two
yeah,
of them
this
each
area.
walked through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Yeah, I forgot about this. So what happens when we bring the bucket down here, huh?
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
This is definitely new. And the baby's here.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet.
Well, what I was trying to find was the Adventure Line. You guys haven't seen the Adventure Line this stream yet, but
Because
it's a good
that's
one.
what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that
Nice
they've never
ass.
seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Maybe I should not do this one just yet. Wait a second. Okay, I thought there was like a hole in the floor. Alright, hold on a moment. We're gonna leave real quick. I wanted to see that, but after I've already seen the other stuff, because that seems like it's
All
an
of his
interesting one.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
So we're gonna go down there without the bucket. I can't remember if going down there is the Adventure Line or not, so...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it, once you know every direction to go in the Stanley Parable, the game is very small.
It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Because honestly, I think there's down here, and then go back over the cargo thing and do the phone, and then just do everything with the bucket. It's actually, I think, the last
And so he
stop.
detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
No, we're going down here. So, we're going to do this without the bucket this time.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Here we go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's...
One of these doors makes the Minecraft door opening sound effect, but I wish I knew which door. Welcome to the back rooms. What if they put a figurine in here?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Nice
memo.
breath of fresh air not seeing the bucket anymore.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
But now the bucket shows up.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
No.
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Yay!
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Here we go.
All right, I've got a solution.
It says the Stanley Parable 2 now, because we're in the Stanley Parable 2.
This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that? You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yeah, here we go. Wait, what? Game's having a hard time keeping up with itself. I saw it load in weird.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Good. I don't know if I've ever gone back through here. Okay, well now it's actually normal.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Still missing the doors. Did we make a mistake following the line? Perhaps we could have found the story on our own.
And let's continue.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore.
It's that one.
Restart.
It's like actual footage on that one. Well, now it doesn't say the Stanley Parable 2 Adventure Line, just says Stanley Parable Adventure Line now.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting.
I like work just like I like work. I just hate my boss.
Why don't we simply start wandering in? Well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Just walking around. Wait, was there actually a way to go backwards? Because I just went backwards. I didn't think there would actually be a way to go backwards in this scenario. Which is why I turned around, because I thought it didn't matter. Look at me go.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
It just happens to be in the same area. Up it goes.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped?
Nice.
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The whatever it is that made this schedule, how would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
I forgot about that. Apologies if that jump scared anyone, because I forgot about it.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
We're not doing the cardboard boxes again.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
All right.
This was not.
So now we're gonna go down the thing
But
with the
Stanley
bucket.
had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
And by that, I really want to find out how the hell I get
Was it? No,
that figure.
never mind.
Hold on.
The bucket was wrong.
Where am I
Stanley
going?
took the door
Where do
on
I
his
want to
left
go?
To go back to the meeting room,
No.
said the bucket.
Oh wait,
Don't
we got
go
a
to
plank
the
of wood up
meeting
here.
room. Go somewhere
Ah,
else.
here we go.
The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it.
I'm playing Banjo
I'm sure
Tooie
it
right
will
now
come
as
to
well,
me.
so. Alright, well now what? There's this whole thing. Huh. Well, this is also new. Narrator dialogue tapes. Huh.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes.
Why is it all related to the bucket?
Sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
I mean, I did pay $16 for this game.
It's my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Caporata.
Uh-huh. Are we meant to believe that this evil sorcerer wizard person is real?
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Alright, well now I gotta go find out what happens if I go on that area without the bucket.
When Stanley came to a set
So
of
we're
two
gonna
of
go
them,
all
this
the way
was
back.
correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
I have
knew
now been
perfectly
live for
well.
4 hours.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
So I'm gonna probably go for 1 more hour before I stop.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Now what?
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Well, we got so far off the beaten path,
All of his
and now we're
coworkers
back.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not...
Guess what? We're going to the right.
room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Well, no, we're going on the
No,
lift.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Oh, boy.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit,
Sure.
with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal,
I like these faces.
You'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Uh-huh.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Sounds good.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Uh-huh, so we're going back. We're almost there. Also, the sticker of the bucket is no longer on the bucket, I've just noticed.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
Don't make me watch the video again,
Yes,
please.
surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Alright, sounds good.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
And we're back.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days?
So give me a moment. We're gonna head to the meeting room.
While my senses were turned, he made a note to be more careful with time. From when Stanley came to a set of 2
We need to go to the
open
meeting
doors,
room.
He entered the door on his left.
So there is 2 more. It says fireplace and a private but smelly place for an important person. Like, thinking back to my knowledge of the Stanley Parable, I think I know where a fireplace is, but I have accidentally somehow tabbed out. I have no idea what that is. We're gonna quickly go up to the boss's office.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay, well, the executive bathroom is new. Oh. Well, here's the smelly place. The important but smelly place. Executive bathroom.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Extreme bathrooms in Time Magazine. I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. So that's a lovely purse. Nice poem. Well, what I was thinking is that I wanted to come up here because I thought there was a fireplace in the boss's office. Okay, this is also new. What the fuck is this? Business strategy. Shoot the panda. Don't shoot the panda. It's that elevator music we heard at the beginning of the game. new headset has surround sound. Let's turn that on in here. Oh, that surround sound in my headset's very weird with this. Let's turn that off. Did we not go anywhere? Did we not go anywhere that entire time? Was it just for an elevator gag? We're going to assume that there is actually nothing to do with this elevator whatsoever. Good. Yeah, this fireplace.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
I forgot that if you don't let the narrator finish here, he does this.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Yep, here we go.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Great. While we're down here... I'm gonna do a couple more.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
So this whole ending, it would have been an appropriate one to end with, but I was figured we could just do this while I'm here.
Every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance. Death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
So this whole thing is like a developer area. It shows you all the, I don't think they pick up the phone. I've picked up a phone before, and it gave me a bunch of cardboard boxes. But it's like, you can go through here when you play the game yourself, or you can watch someone else do it, because I don't want to go all the way through here, because I've done this already in the past. But it's a whole developer area where they show all their, like, behind-the-scenes stuff. Because there used to be plans for a war zone in the game. What's interesting is that all these behind-the-scenes things are here, but Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is now out. And it doesn't look like they added most of these into the game. You're supposed to unplug the phone twice. Oh wait, no, that's what I did. No, I know the, picking up the phone thing. The, yeah. I was thinking, we can go do that, but I also need to bring the bucket back there as well. Yeah, there's pretty much, like, almost everything from, like, every ending is in here. Like, here's the elevator. Here's how we leave. Just showing, like, multiple different places here. Going this way.
Stanley stood on the roof.
There's unused narrator dialogue in here, as it's just only playing one of them. Stanley stood on the roof. I don't know why it's playing only one. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in here. The things that would, I believe, be left is answering the phone, bringing the bucket to answer the phone, bringing the bucket to the maintenance room.
Oh, look at these.
As well as, there's an ending where you can go all the way up, do, like, the main thing, and instead of turning off the power of the facility, you keep it on. But then there's, like, a whole QuickTime event sequence that I don't enjoy doing. And I just don't care.
How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
We're not doing the baby.
But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let
No. Because we're fine. This is the game loads. There we go. Wait. I don't have my balloon.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
I think picking up the figurines caused the true ending to happen. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Was not expecting this, but I don't expect a lot, because I don't like to expect things. This one's missing now.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7 out of 6. Okay.
And here was a second Stanlerine. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
It was this one, because we did that one after.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here by the red and blue doors. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
I can't go back. Well, these both lead to the same place.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Now, I'm not so sure about that one. But, I'll bite. Executive bathroom.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the boss's bathroom. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Are you fucking kidding me with this shit right now? Why have you done this? Why have you done this? I love every moment of it, but what the fuck? They can't have that music play. I don't know the name of the song. I never know the name of the song, but you know the one when you look at videos like this from 2008. You know what song's playing.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Uh-huh. Anyway.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here behind the boss's office. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment.
I love
Nothing
Inception.
left to do
I've
but
never
move
seen the movie.
forward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Okay.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, the back of the boss's office. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
I think this is supposed to be the true ending.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
I'm thinking about what if I stopped the game after this ending, if this actually is the true ending, and I just never show you guys the last 4. I really want to go back down to the maintenance room with the bucket. But I need to give people some incentive to play the game for themselves, huh?
Stanley, still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Oh. And let's figure this way. Nothing. Nothing happens when you go this way. Absolutely nothing. No, Pikmin, you cannot make me.
Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
God. It's the...
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Incentive to play the game for ourselves since you won't. I mean, yeah, you'll go do the baby game. If you want to do it if you want to see someone do it so bad, maybe you should pay money for the game and do it yourself.
Oh, yes, the 2 doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
So, interesting. I think what that's supposed to be the true ending of whoever this narrator character is. This actually is all made up in the narrator's head. Stanley is not supposed to be real.
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
What am I doing? I was picking up the bucket. We're going to the right and we're going down.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it
I now
was.
need to go see
Had
this.
The bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two...
Something I said about 2 hours ago or something like that was that I didn't know if I was going to do everything because there's so much in the game. And then I remember after playing the game is that there's not a lot of areas to go, but they've duplicated the amount of areas to go because of the stupid fucking bucket. All of that
them detoured.
Other stuff that had happened with the new content area was really cool, though. I did enjoy my time with that.
Section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Okay, so now we're gonna see what's down here. Because I so badly want to say that, like, I don't want to go do everything because I would like to probably stop. And also, you know, stuff like that. But I get so invested in stuff like this, which is why I love games like Undertale and Deltarune so much, because I get invested in just seeing every possible thing. And there's still things I say to this day that I don't know about those games. I was just watching an hour-long video / listening to at work, an hour-long video of who is Chris and how, like, what is the lore behind Chris and, like, what person is he? He's more, it's TLDR, he's, like, mostly, or they're mostly like Frisk. And there's a thing that Frisk has in Undertale where if you keep the bandage equipped, the bandage is programmed so that you're guaranteed to run away from encounters. And I did not know that until, like, last night.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel.
Video gets
They want
demonetized
more of
because
their
of that.
favorite jokes, not
It'd be
this
worth it.
bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Here we go.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about.
Earlier today, the Siva Gunner channel is celebrating the release of this game. They released a 10-hour-long rip of this song.
Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
I'm not giving up this bucket, except I want to give up the bucket, but I'm not going to give up the bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the
It's not letting me.
Until you crush that damn bucket.
It's not letting me.
Now. The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I was clicking the thing. It wasn't letting me. It was just like making me drink from the bucket. Colors weave into a spiral flame. What the fuck is happening?
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
And we're loading. So, I'm thinking, do I want to do this? Long story short, with the phone, you pick up the phone and it's a ruse, and Stanley's family's not real. That's the whole thing with going there.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all?
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of them.
I'm doing the 2 bucket endings. I want to see the new stuff. So, TLDR, the other thing with the phone, it's fake. The thing with pressing no on the, like, to keep the power on during the final sequence of the game, there's, like, a whole, like, quick time event thing you have to do, and you have to press buttons in a specific order. And that's really annoying, and I forget how it goes. So what we're going to do is that we're going to do bucket to the phone and not unplug it, and bucket to the end of the game but keep the power on, because it's obviously going to be different for both of those. After that, that will be the end. I'm starting to get very hungry.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
and I'd
his
like to
chest.
be done
This
now.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to
And
be.
even if I do, like, all of this stuff with the bucket, there's still probably so many things that I've missed. There's also the achievements. One of the achievements is Set all the setting sliders in the menu to all of the available numbers. Which is a fun one.
B. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind.
I'm still gonna call this video a long play of the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Because it's pretty much all the content.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
You want to go this way?
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press B to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press N to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it.
It doesn't have to be a liquid,
though. It doesn't do anything else.
It's gonna be solid. You can put that pencil in there. They got rid of the collision on the chair.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press U to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley.
All of his
He was about to pull a Homestuck.
What could it mean?
Oh, it's one of the
Stanley
it's one of the
decided to go to
secrets.
the meeting room. Perhaps
It's
he
one
had
of the
simply missed
secret
a memo.
secret paths.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very
The
lucky
path is
fellow.
weird in that one area, and that's it.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Alright, to close this out, we're gonna go do this one thing, and then it'll be pretty much 5 hours of stream and 5 hours of video, with
Still
about
no one was here.
2 minutes of the video
Stanley
cut
needed the
out for
bucket's
bathroom
warmth and
breaks.
comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I'm curious though, can we go here with the bucket? Yes, we can, but there's nothing in here. Can we go into the elevator with the bucket? Confirmed nothing new happens when you do this.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most...
Oh wait, I forgot. We need to do bucket to escape as well. God damn it.
Explanation.
This game. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. We need to see what happens when we go to the escape thing with the bucket. God damn it.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
I no longer have my bucket. Wait, yes I do. It was just being weird.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
But not Stanley? I can't believe they got the fucking female narrator back for this part.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing in the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a carnivorous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full of and enriched and substantiated knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit, or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets. The greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. There is a lot more than 25 buckets in this photograph. A bucket with 2 handles. This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Inferno bucket, a replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another of control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we don't know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
We have one more that I'm going to look at.
All of his co-workers were gone.
One more.
What did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I can't help but have the feeling that if you actually do get every possible ending, there's like a super secret one.
Still no one was here.
But I
Stanley
will find
needed
that out
warmth
on my
comfort
own
now
and
more
later.
than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find. Coming to a staircase,
I can't remember if I brought the
Stanley and
bucket
the
downstairs,
bucket
but I'm not going to be
upstairs
tempted
to
to
the
go back
boss's
downstairs with the
office.
bucket. I think we did do downstairs with the bucket. So I've been here for 5 hours, so I don't
Stepping
remember
into his
anymore.
manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human.
There's a lot of rain
But
happening
Stanley
outside,
guessed
apparently.
the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
So going back down. Our last thing we're doing tonight.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I have to go through this dialogue again, but it's fine.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
We're almost there, chat!
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
I'm here. Right? Yes, okay.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds.
Silly
The
birds,
control
huh?
buttons became active again.
Flamingo.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Was it really, huh?
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery.
Goose.
Stanley and the bucket never found
I
freedom
hate geese.
because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Oh my god, it's the good ending for the bucket! We did it because turning off the controls is not the good ending for the bucket. Keeping them on is the good ending for the bucket. We did it! Oh, that was amazing. What a perfect thing to end on. Just silly little birds. Quit to menu. Okay. Many, many years later. Are we really doing this, huh? Was the skip button the true ending the whole time? I somehow brought the office chair with me. Oh my god, it's the memory house. It's running on a backup generator. In loving memory, the Stanley Parable 2. Cookie Nine's blog. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fanbase. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What I enjoy? What about enjoyable bits from Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from... The whole thing was for nothing. This whole goddamn game. What's amazing, though, is that this game came out on April 27th, which is the day I'm streaming this. It's 4/27. That's, you know, Stanley's thing. Posted on April 27th. Cat dog born. Scientists confirm hybrid species. Real web. Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today, it's clear that the Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, and yet it turns out this could have not been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise preserve the artistic integrity of the original game, and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. One of the lowest review scores in video game history. There's a lot of Jim buttons down here. Please have my counter still go up. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developers said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it into the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together we're going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we need to do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Stanley Parable 3. I'm not allowed to click... I can't click these without this, so, Stanley Parable 3. Skeleton. Coworker. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never die. Or end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it. But I want you to have a say in it as well. Sure. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give the Broken Machine achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't have expected him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see? I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end It can only spiral in on itself forever. It must keep the wheels... I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. We're doing the time thing again. This is what happened when I first booted up the game, like I said. It is currently 9:17 p.m. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. And we've done it. I am now playing the Stanley Parable 3 Skeleton Coworker. Now I guess I need to find the machine. I don't even remember. That was in the... So let's do this. We're gonna quit the desktop here. And we're gonna open up the game again. The game is loading. Once again, the thing is not properly here, but the Stanley Parable 4. Deadly monkeys.
Spring up around them. Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
So, it is right down here. Free, new plus easy achievement. It can't be that simple. Remember when I said I was stopping the game 20 minutes ago?
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
And... I did it!
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure. Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
So now, if we go to Steam, on my desktop, right here, test achievement, please ignore. As of 9 hours of the game being released, 15.6% of players have the achievement. The rest of the achievements are the exact same. All of the achievements in this game are the exact same as the original. So, there is this one, which is play the Stanley Parable for the entirety of a Tuesday. Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes and 22 seconds, not including loading times. Adjust all the settings. And don't play the game for 10 years, which the original one was don't play the game for 5 years, which I got legitimately, which I showed at the beginning of the stream. So, that is, without a shadow of a doubt, that is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. We can go back to the game as it proceeds to not load my face cam and not load the game. So, I absolutely love this adventure of the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. My original playtime in the Stanley Parable was like 2 hours.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
So, quit to menu. We're gonna go back and see the title screen to Stanley Parable 4, Deadly Monkeys. I love the Stanley Parable, and I'm very happy that they made this. But the entire, commentary of the game is that the sequel never needed to be made. There never needed to be an enhanced port or a sequel to the Stanley Parable. It just needed to be its own thing, but they did it anyway and then made fun of it. and I love it for that. There are things that I have missed. I know for a fact that there are things that I have missed in this playthrough. You can watch other people play the game or play the game for yourself. If you own the Stanley Parable, for the first 2 weeks of this game being released, it's on sale for 33% off if you own the original on Steam. Or if you don't, you can buy this on Steam by itself or buy it on the console of your choosing. This is not sponsored, I'm just, saying it. Because I want people to play this game because it's amazing. But I love this game, so YouTube outro. Thank you very much for watching the Stanley Parable 4 Deadly Monkeys. If you are new to the channel, please consider subscribing because I have a whole playlist of other full game playthroughs, and I have a bunch of different playlists of Let's Plays. The day you're seeing this on YouTube, it is the day before episode 1 of Banjo-Tooie Blind is going up on YouTube. Tomorrow I'm starting my very first playthrough of Banjo-Tooie. That being said, from my perspective, I've already played the game for 4.5 hours. But from your perspective on YouTube, you haven't seen that yet. So you can check that out and all the other stuff I have up on YouTube. This was all streamed live at twitch.tv/Pokeball35. Link in the description. As always, I stream there almost every single day. And I would love to have you aboard in my chat because it's fun. So, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in whatever comes next.